All right, as we get underway in the Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Street class, left lane, we're going to go Taryn Monroe out of Surrey driving her 97 Chevy. She's going to take on Josephine Smith driving an 07 Silverado. Both drivers taking their time. Josephine with the starting line advantage. And it looks like she's going to extend that out to the 8th mile. Going to run a 974 to 73 miles an hour versus Taryn's 1127 at 62 miles an hour. Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission, driving a 98 Acura Integra, is going to take on Riker Towson out of Abbotsford. Riker driving an 87 Ford over there. Both drivers with fairly similar reaction times. Riker out front. Come to the 8th. Riker's going to get there first with a 1032 at 68 miles an hour. Lyndon right behind with a 1096 at 66 miles an hour. Jackson Dew out of Langley, driving a 96 GMC Blazer. Going to take on David Stobie out of Abbotsford. Driving a 97 Camaro. David getting off the line first. Extending a lead out. Looks like he's going to take through 941 at 75 miles an hour for David. Jackson Dew runs a 1099 at 62 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box. No box. This is your call to the lanes. No box. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Tyler Smith out of Abbotsford, driving his 97 Zapstrap Racing Chevy, going to take on Owen Harvey out of Abbotsford. Owen's driving an 11 Ford Focus. Tyler Smith right on the tree, a double 03 reaction time. Looks like he's going to get there first. Running at 1084, 64 miles an hour versus Owen's 1142. TCS lane, Jenna Monroe out of Surrey's riding in their 89 Blazer, going to take on Cash out of Chase, BC. Cash driving a 94 Mustang GT. Jenna with the starting line advantage. Let's see if she can hold Cash off. Getting close. Cash going to come around with a 1007 at 70 miles an hour. That's going to beat Jenna's 1076 at 62 miles an hour. That's going to bring us to Jimmy, our last car or minivan in the Junior Street. Jimmy, I believe, is one of our newer Junior Street drivers. And away with a 162 reaction time. You're going to go through the 8th mile. 1089 at 64 miles an hour. All right, getting ready to head into our Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Thunder class. First pair up, going to be Cadence Rodrigue in the Lordco lane. She's going to be taking on Alex Green out of Mission. Both drivers rolling in the beams. Final adjustments to the idle. Both drivers staged. Cadence with the advantage. See if she can hold off Alex. And she's gonna runs an 892 at 72 miles an hour versus Alex's 894, 73. Next pair up is gonna be Dallas Jackson out of Abbotsford. He's going to be taking on Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack. Dallas would like to thank his sponsors Cascade Capital Machine, TKO Hot Rods and Customs, and the Rodrigue Family Racing. Hunter Gallant would like to thank his sponsors, Lordco Mill Run Truck Body and BDL Auto. Both drivers in and staged. Hunter getting away with an 0-2, a pretty sizable advantage. Gonna translate to an 891 at 73 miles an hour. Dallas runs a 12:11 at 52. Next pair up, Ashton Katnick's racing out of Maple Ridge, going to take on Paige Barlow out of Mission. He's out in front, going to cross through, running a 9:05 at 71 miles an hour versus Paige's 11:02, 56 miles an hour. Next pair up, going to bring up Nash Gallant, running out of Chilliwack. He's going to take on Jack Green out of Mission. Gonna Jack away first. Closing in at the 8th mile mark is Nash. I see who's going to get there first is going to be Jack, running 11:92, 52 miles an hour versus Nash's 11:95 at 52 miles an hour. Nate Green out of Mission, going to be taking on Grayson Mass from Maple Ridge. Both drivers in and staged. Grayson going to get away first. 43 foul light. And finishing up, that's going to be Nate coming around for the win. Nate running an 8:98 at 70 miles an hour versus Grayson's 9:22 at 71 miles an hour. Pearson Mass out of Maple Ridge going to get a single to finish up round one of Junior Thunder. Pearson with a 264 light. Gonna run through the 8th mile in 11:73, 53 miles an hour. After round one of qualifying, we're gonna have Hunter Gallant in the number one spot with his 2:30 reaction time. And that's gonna bring us into a round one qualifying of the Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning brought to us by Stay Tuned Auto Repair. First pair up going to be Connor Jackson taking on Bentley Johnson. Connor out of Abbotsford, Bentley out of Mission. Both drivers in fully staged. Connor will be out to an early lead. See if he can hold off Bentley. And he does. 796 at 80 miles an hour versus Bentley's 793 at 82 miles an hour. Gonna bring us to Adam Katnick out of Maple Ridge taking on Adlin Duda from Langley. Last pair of Junior Lightning pulling up to the line. See if either of these drivers can knock Connor out of the number one spot in qualifying round one. Both drivers in and staged. For reaction time. Adam going a little early. He was 74th out red. Adlin's going to get there first with a 773 at 83 miles an hour versus Adam's 783 at 82. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box, this is your call to the lanes. We'll take box lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits, box lanes 1 through 4. Heading into round 1, the National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics class. First pair up, going to bring Jessica Armstrong out of Chilliwack, driving her 75 Dart. She's going to take on Mike Render out of Chilliwack. Mike driving his 85 S10. Both drivers bumping in. Jessica leading too early, going 53 red. Mike with a 20 thou on the green side. Gonna run through a 694, 98 miles an hour. Jessica running through with an 857 at 81 miles an hour. Jim Stahl out of Tulalip, Washington in his 2000 Mustang. Gonna take on Rob Monroe out of Surrey. Rob and Rowe getting their first 675 at 101 versus Jim's 748 at 96 miles an hour.
Everything looks good at white safety exit.
Kim Cornish out of Mission, driving her 77 Mustang 2. Now this car's got a fair amount of laps on it. Colin Moore out of Chilliwack. He's driving a 63 Fairlane. All over the tree. She's going to hold off for the win. She's going to run 707 at 95 miles an hour versus Collins 947 at 73. Next pair up is going to have Sylvia Hoochkins, one of our great ladies only racers from last night. She's going to take on Daryl Tippy out of Surrey. Both drivers in. A little early, going 31 thou red. He's going to get there first, running a 682 at 101 versus Sylvia's 778 at 89. Brendan Piskacek out of Burnaby, driving his 1990 Ford Mustang, going to take on Mal Patterson out of Maple Ridge. Mal driving a 68 wheel standing Acadian. Brendan again, a little over anxious. 001 red. Mal's going to get their first 652 at 106. Going to be Brendan's 835 at 81 miles an hour. Brian Prescott out of Abbotsford, driving his 2003 Chevy S10. He's going to take on Steve Sheffer, driving a 69 Firebird. With the early lead out front. He's going to hold him off, running 650 at 105. Steve running a 735 at 91 miles an hour. This next pair up, one's going to be a grocery getter and one not so much. Travis Freeze out of Abbotsford, driving his 2003 Cadillac CTS. He's going to take on Shaylin out of Langley. Shaylin's driving her 1970 front-engine dragster. Whoa. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Test. We'll take you to lane 6, please. Test cars, lane 6. Shaylin with a good reaction time. She's going to get there first, running a 5:78 at 116 miles an hour. Travis running at 10:25 at 71. Warren Seen out of Port Moody. He's driving his 1980 Pontiac. Going to take on Ross Walker from Langley. Both drivers in. And Ross is going to get there first with a 640 to 106 miles an hour. That's going to beat Warren's 711 at 90 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Joel Smith out of Abbotsford. Joel's driving a 68 Chevelle. And Lorenz Schwartz, one of our local heavy hitters, out of Langley, driving his 83 Monte Carlo. Comes around. Lorenz going to run a 693 at 79 miles an hour. Joel going through with a 739 and 91. And two of the heavy hitters in this class coming up next. We got Craig Johnson out of Langley. Craig driving his 79 Malibu is going to take on John Tebeck. John's from Maple Ridge driving his little cool 89 S10. Both of these drivers, multiple event winners. Both taking their time to get in, getting exactly where they want to be. Oh, he's almost onto it. He went 001 red. And get this, John Tebeck. Quad zip, not a trip zip. We have 4 zeros. Going through with a 666 at 101 miles an hour versus Craig's 663 at 101. Well, with that quad zip light, that's going to put John in the #1 qualifying position after round 1. Kim Cornish close behind with a 005. Track staff just out taking a look at the track, making sure that we're not cleaning anything up, that we're good to keep going. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Test vehicles. Test will take you to lane 6, please. Test will take you to lane 6. And standby call. Standby call for Stay Tuned Auto Repair junior classes. Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. It's your standby call. As we roll into our first pair of cars in the Rad Torque Systems electronics class, going to have Colton Morin out of Mission. It's going to take on Greg Dowdy out of Abbotsford. Both drivers completed their burnouts, pulling into the staging. Both drivers in. Double 8. Colton running a 15th thou light. Greg's going to get there first, 493 at 138. Colton running 506 at 135. Brad Vinci out of Langley, driving a 68 Chevy Camaro, going to take on Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. Brad's driving his 67 Chevelle. Both drivers stage. And Brad's going to get there first, 685 at 116 versus Brad's 707 at 121. Battle of the Brads. Give that one to Brad Vinci, round 1. Kevin McNichol out of Mission, driving his 67 Nova, going to take on Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack. Scott driving his door slammer 94 Beretta. First, and going through the 8, it's going to be Scott Robinson, 496 at 140. Kevin running the 651 at 106 miles an hour. Mark Rochelle out of Surrey, driving his 78 Malibu, going to take on Jason Gibson out of Surrey. Jason driving his 91 Mustang. Jason's wife last night driving their blue Mustang in the ladies only class. Both drivers away. Martin with the early lead. Jason going to get there first. We're going to run a 6:17 at 111 miles an hour versus Martin's 6:48 at 104. Tower side going to be Derek Shirk taking on, I believe, one of his kids in the other dragster.
Cade and the other dragster.
Caden in the other dragster. Who's going to take it, dad or the kid? Little early. Cade with a 006 going to get their first 499 at 138. Derek runs a 534 at 113 miles an hour. Looks like he might have clicked it a little early. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street. We'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street. Lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder. We're going to take you to lane 1. Junior Lightning. We'll take you in lane 2. Again, Junior Street. Lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder. Lane 1. Junior Lightning. Lane 2. Come on down. Next pair up, a little bit of deja vu from the last round of qualifying in no box. John Tebeck and Craig Johnson both running 2 classes. See if John can back up his quad zip light. Green versus Craig's 003. On the good side, this time Craig's going to get there first. 654. 101. John running a 663 at 102 miles an hour. That's going to be enough right now to put Craig Johnson into the #1 qualifying position. Last car in our first round of electronics going to be Lauren Schwartz. Lauren driving his 83 Monte Carlo, double classing. Takes over the #1 spot with a 002 light. He's going to go through with a 649 at 105 miles an hour. Emma Debris Coos out of Shawnigan Lake, driving her dragster. 88 Art Morrison chassis. Emma's a graduate of our junior dragster program. I believe it's her second year now, second season in a full-size car. Emma going to run through with a 5:37 at 127 miles an hour. And after round one qualifying in our RAD torque system electronics class, Lorenz Schwartz going to have the number one spot with his 002 light, just ahead of Craig Johnson's 003. Have a test pass here with Otto Schulte. Otto runs in our West Coast Door Slammers series. Oh, 49 on the tree. 141 miles an hour. The eighth going to run through to 774 to 178 miles an hour. Nice clean looking pass. Bringing up another test pass for you here. That looks like a Plymouth Sundance.
He's just testing it. His radio.
Tree.
What tree for this guy?
Kyle Sproul out of Fruitvale in his 94 Plymouth Acclaim. That was close. He's sounding like he's got a turbo under the hood there. Kyle going through the eighth mile at 81 miles an hour. He's going to finish up running the quarter to 13:51 at 109 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure 94 Plymouth Acclaim did not run 1350s off the showroom floor. Heading into round two, qualifying our junior street category, David Stobie out of Knutsford, BC, driving a 97 Camaro, going to take on Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission. Lyndon driving his 98 Acura Integra.
Yeah, he was supposed to be on the board, so
Both drivers away. Dave Silby out front. And going to go through the eighth mile first. 9:66 at 74 miles an hour. 10:96 at 66 for Linden. Next pair up, we're going to have Jimmy out of Abbotsford taking on Cash out of Chase. Jimmy's in the old family minivan, 2006 Toyota Sienna. Cash driving a 94 Mustang GT convertible. Jimmy away first. Cash coming around. And the eighth mile. Cash going to get there first, running a 9:83 at 69 miles an hour versus Jimmy's 10:98, 64 miles an hour. Next pair up, Josephine Smith out of Abbotsford. She's driving her 07 Silverado. She's going to take on her brother Tyler. Tyler Smith out of Abbotsford, driving a 97 Chevy. Both representing Zapstrap Racing. Tyler right now holding the number one qualifying position after round one. Josephine staying green. Going to be close. And Josephine's going to go first. 9:82 at 73 miles an hour. It's going to beat her brother's 10:93 at 64. Next pair up, got Owen Harvey out of Abbotsford, driving a 2011 Ford Focus. She's going to take on Jenna Monroe. Jenna out of Surrey, driving her 89 Blazer. Jenna's going to be away first. See if she can hold Owen off. Seems to be stretching her lead out a little bit. And going to go through first with a 10:90 at 61 miles an hour versus Owen's 11:79 at 60 miles an hour. Next pair is going to have Taryn Monroe taking on Jackson Dew. Taryn's driving her 97 Chev pickup. Jackson's in his 96 Jimmy.
Has Tony Dew or Jackson Dew ran yet?
On the starting line right now. Taryn away first. See if Jackson can come around her. And he's able to. Jackson going 10:97 at 62 miles an hour versus Taryn's 11:23 at 63 miles an hour. Riker Tosin getting a single pass out of Abbotsford. He's driving a 92 Ford. Wants to thank Ryan's Custom Concrete helping him out. Riker with a fairly good light, going 73 on the green side. And it's going to run through with a 10:36 at 68 miles an hour. And after round number 2, Tyler Smith still holding on to that number one qualifying position with his 0039 light. heading into our second round of Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Thunder. Dallas Jackson out of Abbotsford is going to take on Cadence Rodrigue out of Chilliwack. Cadence away with a 008 light. She gonna get there first. Running an 890 at 72 miles an hour. Dallas running a 1204 at 52 miles an hour. And with that pass there, that light's gonna be enough to bump Cadence up to the #1 qualifying position, bumping Hunter Gallant down to #2. Next pair up is going to bring Grayson Moss out of Maple Ridge, going to take on Alex Green from Mission. Grayson currently sitting in the #3 spot. Alex sitting #4. Both drivers in. Alex getting away first. Holding off Grayson so far. And Alex will get there first at 890 at 76 miles an hour. That's going to beat Grayson's 9 flat at 72 miles an hour. Next pair up, Nate Green from Mission. He's going to take on Nash Gallant. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box. We're going to call you down to lanes 1 through 4. No box, lanes 1 through 4. Both drivers with final adjustments. Getting those revs right where they want them. That'll be good enough to move him into the #1 qualifying position. Nate getting there first, running an 894 at 70 miles an hour. Nash running an 1198 at 52 miles an hour. But again, Nash is going to take over that #1 qualifying position from Cadence. Next pair, we got Jack Green from Mission, going to take on Ashton Katnick out of Maple Ridge. Ashton went red in his first round of qualifying. See if he can improve, move up the ladder. Jack Green currently sitting in the #7 position. Both drivers in. Still moving a little early. 27 red. Ashton will get there first, 903 at 70 miles an hour. That's going to beat Jack's 1189 at 53 miles an hour. That light's going to actually move Jack up to #4 in the qualifying order. Paige Barlow out of Mission. She's going to take on Pearson Moss out of Maple Ridge. Both these racers, number 8 and number 10 in the first round of qualifying. Looking to improve and move up the ladder. Eighth away first. And Paige will get their first run in at 10.81 at 55 miles an hour. Pearson running an 11.81 at 53 miles an hour. Last of our junior Thunder cars for round 2 is going to be Hunter Gallant. Hunter racing out of Chilliwack. After round 1 was sitting in the number 1 position, been bumped down to number 4 right now. See if he can improve. Hunter's not going to improve on this one. Going to run through it in 8.93 at 73 miles an hour. Still a decent light in 0.41. And after round number 2 of qualifying, we've got Nash Gallant in the number 1 spot with his double 0.1 light. Next pair up is going to be Adelaide Duda out of Langley, BC. She's going to take on Connor Jackson from Abbotsford. Adeline currently holding down our number 1 qualifying spot after the first round with her 004 light. See if she can improve. Connor Jackson looking to move up the ladder, take over that number 1 spot. Currently sitting number 2. On the green side, 21 thou. Let's see who gets there first. Adeline's going to get there first with a 7.69 at 84 miles an hour. Connor running 7.93 at 81. Adeline leaving just a little bit early. Not going to improve on her number 1 spot. Connor not improving either. Last pair of our junior Lightning cars is going to bring Adam Katnick out of Maple Ridge, running Bentley Johnson. Bentley's from Mission. Bentley currently number 3 after round 1 of qualifying. Adam Katnick in the number 4 spot. Both drivers be looking to move up the field. Adam definitely improving on his first round qualifying with a 34 on the green side. Going to run 780 at 82 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson running 793 at 82 miles an hour.
Yes, go ahead.
That's going to move Adam up one spot, taking over the number 3 spot from Bentley. Adeline Duda still in that number 1 qualifying position as she heads into round 1 of eliminations. All right, as we get set for round 2 of the National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics qualifying, we're going to have Joel Smith out of Abbotsford driving a 68 Chevelle, going to take on Brendan Piskacek out of Burnaby. Brendan in his 90 Ford Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronic, Rad Torque Systems Electronics. We're going to take you to lanes 1 through 4. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, we're going to take you 1 through 4. And we'll also take test vehicles to lane 6, please. Test vehicles, you're called to the lanes, lane 6. Daryl Tippy out of Surrey in his 62 Chevy going to take on Colin Moore out of Chilliwack. Colin driving a 63 Fairlane. Both drivers being a little anxious there, leaving early. Daryl's going to get their first run in a 677 at 102 miles an hour. That's going to be Colin's 938 at 74 miles an hour. Rob Monroe out of Surrey, rolling in his ultra cool 69 Acadian, going to take on Kim Cornish out of Mission. She's driving her 77 Mustang too. All over the tree, double 09. Not quite enough to hold off Rob. Rob going 662 at 101. Kim managing 702 at 95 miles an hour. Kim still hanging on to that number 2 qualifying position. Number 1 going to be pretty tough to knock off, considering you got to run a quad zip to knock number 1 off. Craig Johnson out of Langley going to take on Brian Prescott. Craig driving his 79 Malibu wagon, going to take on Brian in his 03 Chevy S10. Craig 007 red, sorry, 007 green. Gonna run through 655 at 101 miles an hour. Brian going through with a 645 at 106 miles an hour. Next pair up is going to bring our number 1 qualifier, John Tebeck. Towerside driving his 89 S10, going to take on Travis Fries out of Abbotsford. John goes 002 green. Gonna get there first, running a 664, 102 miles an hour. Travis running a 1024, 71 miles an hour. A quick shout out to Rob Getz watching live, streaming from, I believe, Mexico. Ross Walker gonna take on Jessica Armstrong. Jessica running out of Chilliwack in her 75 dart. Ross Walker with a 009 light. Gonna get there first, running a 639 at 106 miles an hour. Jessica running through 851 at 82 miles an hour. And that pass is going to move Ross up into the number 4 qualifying position, as well as Jessica. She's moving up to number 5. Michael Render out of Chilliwack is going to take on Jim Stahl. Jim out of Tulalip, Washington, driving his 2000 Mustang. Mike in his 85 S10. Goes 35 red. Jim's going to get there first, running a 703 at 98 miles an hour. Mike running a 691 at 98. Neither one moving up the qualifying order. Warren Sign out of Port Moody, driving his 80 Pontiac Firebird, going to take on Sylvia Hodgkins out of Maple Ridge. She's driving her 66 Ford Mustang. And it looks like Warren's come around. Warren goes through first with a 696 at 94 miles an hour. Sylvia running 766 at 89. Safety just taking a second to have a look at the track, make sure there's dry and clean up there. All right, looks like we've cleared the truck off the top end. Getting set to run our next pair of National Tire Wholesale non-electronic class cars. Loren Schwartz out of Langley, driving his 83 Monte Carlo, going to take on Shailene Svetek. She's driving her 1970 front engine dragster ultra cool car. Both drivers be looking to see if they can improve on their qualifying position, move up the ladder. Shaylin's coming around. Shaylin's going to get there first at 571 at 118 miles an hour. Lorenz running a 650 at 105. That's going to move Lorenz up one spot in the qualifying order. Going to go from number 10 to number 9. Mal Patterson out of Maple Ridge in his 68 Acadian going to take on Steve Sheffer. Steve driving his 69 Firebird. That's going to move him up the line. Mal's going to get there first with a 652 at 105 miles an hour. Steve running a 736 at 92 miles an hour.
Oh my God, they fucking drove from this side.
Mal moving all the way up to the number 4 spot after that pass. But nobody's going to take over the number 1 qualifying spot from John Tebeck. Going into round 1, John will be qualifier number 1 with his quad zip. Well, we got a couple of minutes here in between classes. Don't be afraid to head on down to the half-track snack shack. Get some good eats, some nice cold drinks. While you're there, you might as well take a gander through our pro shop. Lots of really cool Mission swag on sale in there. Heading into our Rad Torque Systems electronics class. First car out is going to be Colton Warren out of Mission. Colton going to run a single tower side. Colton currently qualified in the number 7 position, right mid-pack. If you are looking to buy yourself a dragster, the one on the starting line now currently is for sale. Colton in. Gonna turn on the red light, going through with a 5:02 at 135. Colton's not gonna move up the ladder. Next pair up, Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. He's going to take on Emma DeBreeze-Coos out of Shawnigan Lake. Driving an 88 Art Morrison chassis dragster. Brad driving a 67 Chevelle. Brad Powell currently sitting in the number 12 spot with Emma right behind number 13. Both drivers would be looking to move up. Brad taking his time, bringing his car in, getting it exactly where he wants it. Both drivers pre-staged. Onto the throttle stop. Emma's going to get to the finish line first, running a 5:39 at 113 miles an hour to Brad's 7:06 at 121. Brad moving up to the number 8 qualifying spot with that pass. Next pair up, John Tebeck. Driving his 89 S10, going to take on Martin Rochelle. Martin driving his 78 Malibu. Martin going to get away on the green side first. Going to run a 6:43 at 104 miles an hour. John going 36 red. Runs a 6:62 at 102. Jason Gibson out of Surrey. Driving a 91 Mustang, going to take on Logan Bell from Courtney. Logan driving the long wheelbase dragster. Wants to thank Comox Valley Excavating. Both drivers in. Logan coming around in the dragster, going to run 4:58 at 152 miles an hour. Jason Gibson going 6:21 at 110. Jason currently sitting in the number 6 qualifying spot. Craig Dowdy out of Abbotsford driving his Mondin dragster, going to take on Brad Vingy. Brad out of Langley driving a 68 Chevy Camaro. Greg currently sitting number 5. Brad in the number 4 slot. See if either one of them can move up. Craig Dowdy gonna get there first. 492 at 139 miles an hour. Brad Vinji running a 685 at 116 miles an hour. That's going to be enough to move Brad up to the number 4 spot. Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack in 94. Beretta going to take on Kevin McNichol. Kevin in the Rad Torque System sponsored 67 Chevy Nova. Kevin getting away first. Scott does come around. Scott's going to run a 495 at 141 miles an hour. Kevin McNichol running a 647 at 106. With that, Kevin is going to move up into the number 6 qualifying spot. Bringing up Craig Johnson and Derek Shirk. Craig Johnson driving his 79 Malibu. And Derek Shirk in his long wheelbase dragster. Craig going 10th out red. Derek going to get there first, 502 at 137. Craig running a 655 at 101 miles an hour. Neither one moving up the qualifying ladder after that pass. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we're going to take you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, we're going to take you to lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Junior Street, this is your call to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Lorenz Schwartz out of Langley driving his 83 Monte Carlo on a single tower side pass. Lorenz going 27 on the green side. Runs a 648 at 105 miles an hour. With that pass, Lorenz going to jump up into the number 1 qualifying spot, the 002. Far side's going to be Kate Shirk making a single pass in the Lordco lane. Kate a little early on the tree, going to run a 495 at 138. And with that, that's going to bring an end to qualifying. Rad Torque System Electronics class, Lorenz Schwartz going to be your number 1 qualifier. Kyle Sproul out of Fruitvale with his 94 Plymouth Acclaim. Running a little turbo motor in there, probably a turbo 2.2 liter. Pretty good short numbers. 865 at the 8th. See what he's going to run. Going to run through at a 13:27, 108 miles an hour. I bet you that card catch a few Mustangs sleeping on the streets. Brent Seaman out of Marysville, Washington, driving a 94 Dodge Spirit. Apparently running a Mitsubishi Heart, though. Another small turbo motor. All right, sounds like he's running some pretty serious boost. Gonna run through at 11:01, 128 miles an hour.
Right now, it's looking like exhausted.
All right, our third and final test pass is gonna bring Otto Schulte. Runs our West Coast Door Slammer series, out doing a little testing. To the 60 foot. Gonna roll through with a 772, 178 miles an hour. Already doing 147 miles an hour to the 8th. And with that, that's going to be an end of qualifying. All the vehicles coming up, going into their rounds of elimination. Our first pair of Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Street rolling into the water box. Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission, dialed in at a 1095 in his Acura. Riker Tosin out of Abbotsford, dialed in at a 1035. Both drivers in and staged. Riker's going to have a slight starting line advantage. Riker's going to get there first, but a little early. Lyndon Reynolds running 1093 on his 1095 dial. Riker running a 1031 on his 1035. Double breakout. Handing the win over to Lyndon. Josephine Smith out of Abbotsford. She's got her '07 Silverado dialed in on a 983. Going to take on Cash out of Chase in his 94 Mustang GT. Cash dialed in a 978. Josephine with the starting line advantage. See if she can hold off Cash. And she does. Goes through with a 992 on her 983 dial. Cash going to run a 988 on his 978. Sending Josephine off to round 2. Jimmy out of Abbotsford, VC, driving his '06 Toyota Sienna minivan.
710.
Dialed in and a 1085. David Stobie, he dialed in 97 Camaro running a 957. Well, this one's going to be over early. David leaving a little bit too early, turning the Christmas tree red. Jimmy goes through with a 1089 on his 1085 dial. Going to be good enough to move him through to round 2. David runs a 957 on his 957 dial, but unfortunately turning the tree red. Next pair up, going to bring Owen Harvey out of Abbotsford, driving an 11 Focus, dialed in at 1170. He's going to be taking on Jackson Dew. Jackson driving his 96 GMC, dialed in at a 1099. Well, this one's going to be over early. Owen leaving a little bit too early. Going to hand the win over to Jackson. Jackson runs through a 1095 on his 1099 dial, but it doesn't matter. That one was over early with Owen red lighting. All right, a little sister battle here. Taryn going to take on Jenna. Both Monroe girls out of Surrey. Taryn in her 97 Chevy dialed in at 1123. Jenna and the Blazer dialed in at 1092. Both of them pretty close off the starting line. And going through the top end, we're going to hand the win to Taryn. Taryn runs on 1125 on her 1123. Jenna runs an 1106 on her 1092. Taryn moving on to round 2. And our final Junior Street of round 1, Tyler Smith going to get the automatic win in round 1, moving on to round 2. He's dialed in at a 1089. Pretty good off the tree, 45 on the green side. And Tyler's going to roll through at a 1096 on his 1089 dial. 64 miles an hour. Might need to tighten that up a little bit for round number 2. Junior Street are round 2 pairings. We're going to have Tyler Smith taking on Lyndon Reynolds. Jimmy's going to be taking on Josephine Smith, and Taryn Monroe going to take on Jackson Dew. First pair of Junior Thunder in elimination round 1. You're going to have Ashton Katnick taking on Nate Green. Ashton dialed in at a 9:02. Nate going to get the starting line. Going to have to wait a little bit, be patient. We're dialed in at an 8:92. Ashton going to get to leave about a 10th of a second ahead. Turning the tree red. Nate running 890 with an 8 on his 892 dial-in, but it doesn't matter. That one was over early. Ashton running a 903 on his 902 dial-in. But unfortunately, that red light sends Nate on to round 2. Next pair up, Grayson Moss out of Maple Ridge going to take on Cadence Rodrigue. She's out of Chilliwack. Grayson dialed in at an 899. Cadence right behind in an 890. Both drivers in. Cadence going to have the starting line advantage. And Cadence going to get there for the win. Going to run 895 on her 890. Dial in Grayson running a 902 on his 899. Cadence a little bit better off the tree and giving her the big advantage in the top end. Next pair up, Dallas Jackson out of Abbotsford is going to dial in at a 12:04. Jack Green out of Mission, BC, he's dialed in at 11:90. fairly even on the tree. Looks like we're going to be pretty close here. We're going to hand the win to Jack Green, 1190 with a 9 on his 1190 dial-in. Dallas, 1203 on his 1204, breaking out. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics. This is your call to the lanes for round 1. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics. This is your call to lanes 1 through 4. Lanes 1 through 4. Alex Green taking on Paige Barlow. Alex dialed in an 890. Paige dialed in with a 1070. Alex going to get there first, a 901 on his 890 dial. Paige running an 1135 on her 1070 dial. Next pair up, Hunter Gallant out of Chilliwack, going to take on Pearson Mass. Hunter's dialed in with an 891. Going to have a little bit of a wait. Pearson Moss dialed in at 1190. Both drivers pre-staged. Both drivers in. Pearson with a slight starting line advantage. Let's see what Hunter can do. Hunter's going to get there for the win. 891 with an 8 on his 891 dial. Pearson running an 1184, breaking out on his 1190 dial. Hunter moving on to round 2. And our final junior lightning of round 1. Pulling up the starting line, Nash Gallant. Number 1 qualifier gets the bye in round 1. Moving on to round number 2. Nash staged. Good low numbers. See how close he can run to his 1199. He's going to run 1191 with a 7 on his 1199 dial. Going to want to slow that down a little bit for round number 2. But that's the advantage of having the bye. Round 2 pairings, you're going to see brothers Nash taking on Hunter Gallant. Alex and Nate Green taking on each other. And in the third pair, Cadence Rodriguez going to take on Jack Green. Our first pair of lightning pulling up to the line, going to have Bentley Johnson. dialed into a 792. He's going to take on Connor Jackson, who's also dialed in at a 792. That's going to make this a straight heads-up race. Both cars having final adjustments made as they pull in the staging beams. Identical reaction times. Connor with a little bit of a lead. Connor's going to get there first with a 792 on his 792. Bentley running a 796 on his 792. Connor moving on to round number 2. Both drivers pre-staged. Both dialed in at a 790. Again, another heads-up race. We're going to give the advantage to Adam. Let's see. Wow, and a double breakout. Adam Katnick breaking out a little less, 3,000. He's going to run a 789 with a 7 on his 790 dial. Adeline getting there a little quicker with a 784 on her 790. That's going to put Adam through to round number 2, which is actually going to be our final. All right, heading into round 1 of the National Wholesale Non-Electronics. Gonna bring up Brian Prescott out of Abbotsford. 03 Chevy pickup dialed in at a 644. Jim Stahl out of Tulalip, Washington in his 2000 Mustang. He's dialed in at a 690. Brian taking his time. Both drivers pre-staged. Both drivers leaving a little early, but unfortunately for Brian, he left a little earlier than Jim did. And that's going to put Jim through to round 2. Runs a 7.0 on his 690 dial, but with Brian turning it a 157 red, Jim moving on to round 2. Joel Smith out of Abbotsford in his 68 Chevelle going to take on Sylvia Hodgkins. Sylvia dialed with a 767. Joel dialed in with a 736. Joel with a big advantage off the starting line. And he's going to hold off Sylvia for the win. Joel runs 764 on his 736 dial. And that's good enough to move Joel into round 2. Brendan Pisacek out of Burnaby riding 1990 Ford. He's going to take on Colin Moore out of Chilliwack in his 63 Fairlane. Brendan dialed in with an 834. Colin dialed in with a 938. Starting line advantage is definitely going to go to Brendan. See if he's got enough to catch. And he does. 851 on his 834 dial. Colin running a 943 on his 938. Brendan moving on to round 2. Mal Patterson out of Maple Ridge driving a 68 Acadian dialed in with a 651. He's going to take on Kim Cornish in her 77 Mustang. Kim dialed in with a 702. Both drivers actually going red. Mal a little bit less, going to run a 662 on a 651 dial, but the red light in Kim's lane is going to put Mal through to round 2. Ross Walker out of Langley, British Columbia. Ross dialed in with a 639. He's going to take on Craig Johnson out of Langley. Craig driving his 79 Malibu dialed in at a 657. Both drivers away, and unfortunately for Ross, he goes 001 red, handing the win right away to Craig. Craig running a 655 on a 657 dial. But with Ross turning the tree red, that's going to move Craig on to round 2. Next pair up, Daryl Tippy dialed in with a 677. He's going to take on Loren Schwartz. Schwartz in his 83 Monte Carlo dialed in with a 649. And Loren's going to get there first, running 653 on his 649 dial. Daryl running a 675. Next pair up, Travis Fries taking on Steve Sheffer. Travis dialed in at a 10:23. Steve dialed in at a 7:30. And fortunately for Steve, Travis going red. Next pair is going to bring Warren Seen out of Port Moody in his 80 Pontiac Trans Am, dialed in at a 696. Rob Monroe in his 69 Acadian, dialed in at a 663. Rob's going to have a huge starting line advantage. Runs a 682 on his 663 dial. Warren running a 715 on his 696. But it was all over almost on the starting line. Half a second better was Rob Monroe, and that's going to move him on to round number 2. Next pair up, Shaylin Svetek driving her 1970 front engine dragster, dialed in at a 970. She's going to take on Jessica Armstrong. Jessica dialed in on an 851. Jessica with a good light, gonna get there first, running an 856 on her 851 dial. Shaylin running a 567 on her 570 dial. Unfortunately, breaking out, getting there just a little bit too quickly. That'll move Jessica on to round number 2. Next pair up, gonna have John Tebeck, our number 1 qualifier. He's gonna take on Mike Render. John dials in with a 664. Mike dialed in with a 694. Mike gonna be leaving a little bit earlier than John. Below 6 green. Not quite enough to hold John off. John coming around the top end runs a 665 with a 4 on his 664 dial in. Mike running a 698 on his 94. With that pass, John's going to move into round number 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. This is your call to the lane. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. This is your call to the lanes 1 through 4. We're going to have a couple of minutes down for some track prep here. Now's a great time to head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. While you're there, head on over to the Mission Raceway Pro Shop and check out all the cool latest Mission Raceway swag. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, you've been called to the lane. This is your second call. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, you're called to the lanes. We need you down. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Test cars, we're going to take you down to lane 6. If you're testing, we're going to take you down to lane 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Test, we're going to take you down to lane number 6. Test cars, we're going to take you down to lane number 6. Starting line crew just in the processes of blocking the tree off so the drivers have a little bit more of a chance of seeing the lights coming down. This time of the night, the sun starts to make it pretty hard to see. We'll be back up and running in just a few minutes here. Well, we're almost ready to get back to things. If you're wondering what's going on, we're just waiting for the sun to get into a little bit of a better position. Right now, it's pretty tough for the drivers to see looking straight down the drag strip right into the sun. So we got a couple more minutes ahead of us here before the sun's going to be in a spot where it's not really going to hamper the drivers. So I appreciate your patience out there. Won't be long before we're back to it. All right, good news. Drivers have been asked to strap back into their cars. That means we're going to be back to racing in just a few minutes here. Again, thank you very much for your patience. All right. Sunset Showdown. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Round one of elimination. Round one, you're going to see Emma Debris taking on John Tabak. John dialing in with a 661. Emma's going to have a bit of a wait. She's dialed in at a 535. Both drivers in and staged. A bit of starting line advantage. Let's see if he can hold off Emma. And he does. John running 666 on his 661 dial. Emma close with a 540 on her 535 dial, but John just running a little bit of a tighter package, moving on to round two. Greg Dowdy out of Abbotsford. Dialed in at a 494. He's going to take on Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack in his 94 Beretta. Scott dialed in at a 494 as well, making a heads-up race. Getting a little anxious on the starting line. Goes 001 with an 8 red. Well, that's going to hand the win to Scott Robinson. Scott running a 496 on his 494 dial. But unfortunately, that red light. Scott moving on to round number two. Next pair up, Brad Powell going to take on Brad Vinjay. Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington, dialed in at a 705. Brad Vinjay out of Langley is going to dial in with a 684. Brad's going to be the first one to leave. Vinji. A little bit of pedaling at the top end is going to give the win to Brad Powell. Brad running a 708 on a 705 dial. That's going to take out Brad Vinji running a 686 on his 684 dial. Starting line staff just out having a look at the track. Making sure that there's nothing on the surface. All right, a good news, bad news situation. I'll give you the bad news first. Well, you can see the tractor headed out onto the track. But the good news is he's just going to do a quick drag. There's not really any cleanup, just going to even out the surface, do a little drag, and we'll be back to racing in no time. All right, good news. Drivers have been given the command to fire back up. So we're going to get back to it here. Next pair up is going to have Kevin McNichol out of Mission in his 67 Nova, taking on Cade Shirk. Kevin dialed in at a 647. Cade going to have a bit of a weight, dialed in at a 493. Both cars in. Early. Cade with a 006 light, running a 497 on his 493 dial. But it was all over early for Kevin. Kevin McNichol going 094 red. Well, that's going to give Cade the win on to round 2. Colt Morin out of Mission, dialed in a 499. He's going to take on Craig Johnson. Craig driving his 79 Malibu, dialed in at a 656. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we're going to take you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, we're going to take you to lane 1. And Junior Lighting will take you to lane 2. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, we're going to take you to lane 6. And Lightning lane 2. Craig Johnson run a 660 on a 656 dial. Well, that's going to be enough to move him on to round 2. Logan Bell out of Courtney. Logan to be dialed at a 496. He's going to take on Martin Rochelle out of Surrey. Martin's dialing in with a 642. Both drivers in and staged. Advantage off the starting line with a bit of a better light. He's going to go through first, the 459 on his 456 dial. Martin running a 644 on his 642 dial. That's going to bring up Derek Shirk, tower side. His dragster dialed in with a 499. He'll be racing Jason Gibson out of Surrey. Jason dialing in at a 620. Derek going to have to be patient, little over a second to wait. Off the starting line. He's going to get there first, a 622 on his 620 dial. Derek running a 505 on his 499.
Daniel, hold this next car in the box. This is going to be
And that's going to bring us to the final car, round one. Lorenz Schwartz earning the bye, being the number one qualifier. Pretty much a free pass, dialed in at a 647. Good on the light. It's going to run a 648 with a 3 on his 647 dial in. Being the bye, that's going to automatically move him into round two. As we go into our test car category, apologize, I don't have any information on the car or the driver.
Water under the car.
Starting line crew earning their money tonight. Just taking a couple of minutes here. Clean up some water in the starting line. All right, starting line giving Kyle Sproul the okay to pull into the burnout box. Kyle out of Fruitvale. Driving his 94 Plymouth Acclaim. Kyle, 102 miles an hour at the 8th. Going to run through it at 12:39. 113 miles an hour. That's almost a half a second better than his last pass. right, looking like he's left a little early, turning the tree red. But on a test pass, that doesn't really matter. 1061 at 126 miles an hour. And that's going to be the last of our test cars for this round. Moving into Junior Street. First pair up in round 2 is going to have Josephine Smith out of Abbotsford dialed in at a 981, running Jimmy in his minivan. Jimmy's dialed in at a 1085. Josephine going to have to be patient. Got to wait about a second.
Okay, tell her, can we have no box?
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics will take you to lanes 1 through 4. Unfortunately for Jimmy, this one's over early, turning the tree red. Josephine going to run through at a 982 on her 981 dial. Jimmy running right on his 1085 on his 1085, but unfortunately leaving just a bit early, handing the win over. Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission, driving a 98 Acura Integra, dialed in at a 1090. Tyler Smith out of Abbotsford, dialed in at the same 1090. Tyler with the starting line advantage. See if he can hold it off. And going through the top end, Tyler's going to run a 1096 on his 1090 dial for the win. Lyndon running an 1107 on his 1090 dial. Taryn Monroe going to take on Jackson Dew. Taryn dialed in at 1120. Jackson dialed in at a 1099. Jackson with a starting line advantage. See if he can hold it off. And Jackson does. 1109 on his 1099 dial for the win. Taryn running an 1114 on her 1120 breaking out. And after round 2 of Junior Street, we're going to have Tyler Smith and Josephine Smith facing off in round 3. The winner moving right on into the finals. And Jackson Dew earns himself a bye right into the finals. First pair of Junior Thunder pulling in. We're going to see Jack Green out of Mission taking on Cadence Rodriguez from Chilliwack. Jack dialed in with an 1190. Cadence going to have to pack her patience here. She dialed in at an 892. She's going to be waiting about 3 seconds. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're sitting there, that's an eternity. Both drivers in. And unfortunately, this one's over right away. 3 seconds, like I said, a long time to wait. Cadence running 899 on her 892 dial, but unfortunately leaving a little bit early. And that's going to hand the win over to Jack Green, running 1197 on his 1190 dial. Next pair up is going to have Hunter Glenn out of Chilliwack dialed in an 890, taking on his younger brother Nash, dialed in an 1190. Let's see who's doing dishes for the week. Well, it looks like Hunter's going to be doing the dishes this week. Younger brother Nash turning the tree green with a 102 reaction time. Unfortunately for Hunter, he left a little bit early, running an 892 on his 890 dial. Nash running a 1202 on his 1190 dial. But the reaction time says it all. Hunter Gallant unfortunately left early, turning the tree red, handing the win over to Nash. Another brother battle. Alex Green taking on Nate Green. Both of them dialed in with an 890. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale, non-electronics. We've called you to the lanes. We need you down here. National Tire Wholesale, non-electronics. This is your call to the lanes. Nate Green getting it done, running an 892 on his 890 dial. Alex just a little slower, running a 901 on his 890 dial. Nate moving on to the third round. All right, here we go into our first final of the night. Junior Lightning. Adam Katnick dialed in at a 790. He's taking on Connor Jackson, who's dialed in at a 794. gonna take home the Just Mechanical Sunset Showdown race number 4 Junior Lightning Championship. Connor running a 791 on his 794 dial. Adam running a 779 and a 790, but unfortunately turning the tree red with a 001 red light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics will take you to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, this is your call to the lanes. Rad Torque System Electronics, we need you to the rear staging for laddering. Sorry about that. We'll take you to the back of lanes for laddering. Adeline Duda making a test pass, finishing out our Junior Lightnings. Adeline goes through with an 8:10 at 78 miles an hour.
Small class.
Congratulations to our first winner of the night, Connor Jackson, taking home the win in Lightning. Round 3, National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics. Gonna put Brendan Piskacek out of Burnaby up against Jim Stahl from Tulalip, Washington. Brendan dials in with an 833. Jim dialed in at a 695. Jim with a little bit of a wait. Advantage off the starting line to see if he can hold it going through. And he's gonna. Brandon running an 833 with a 7 on his 833 dial. That's gonna take out Jim, who ran a 696 on a 695 dial. John Tebeck taking on Mal Patterson. John's dialed in at a 661. Mal dialed in at a 659. Mel Patterson making a good pass, but unfortunately hitting the tree a little bit early. That's going to automatically hand the win over to John. John running a 661 with a 5 on his 661 dial-in. Next pair up is going to have Craig Johnson taking on Jessica Armstrong. Craig's dialed in with a 658. Jessica dialed in at an 855. Both cars in. Let's see if he can catch her. And Craig Johnson with the win. 661 on a 658 dial. That's going to be good enough to beat 854 on her 855 dial. Jessica breaking out by just a couple hundredths of a second. Steve Sheffer driving a 69 Firebird dialed in with a 727. Going to take on Loren Schwartz. Lorenz dials in with a 648. Fairly sizable advantage off the starting line. And he's going to hold it through the top end, running a 667 on his 648 dial in.
Starter, tower lane. Driver's flagging you. Tower lane.
Dial wrong.
Is he against Joel?
Gave him a thumb up.
Yep.
Oh. I don't know his 8 mile now. Probably.
He ran 658 with a 9, or with a 2, so yeah, his dial right. He ran his number. He just went way red.
He went when he saw Joel's light.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's
That's
not
like
like
a
him.
no. That's like a block, or a week and a half. Or starting line crew just taking a few minutes here, touching up the starting line.
You can't book a spot. I tell everyone that you can.
Our assistant race director Matt doing a great job out there on the switch tonight.
Oh, that person, I remember reading that. That one I need to.
We'll be back to racing shortly here, just waiting for a couple of the drivers that are double classing to make their way back around. And the less cars we get, unfortunately, we end up having to wait a few minutes for these guys. It shouldn't be too long before we're back at it here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. If you are not in the lanes, you've got 2 minutes to get down here. Again, if you're still in competition in Rad Torque Systems Electronics, you need to be up here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you've been authorized to make a test pass, we'll take you down to lane 6, please. Lane 6 for authorized test passes. Juniors, we'll put you on standby. Round 3, Rad Torque Systems Electronics. First pair up, we're going to have Brad Powell taking on Cade Shirk. Brad's going to dial in with a 705. Cade's going to have a bit of a wait dialing in at the 496. Got 2 seconds to wait. Brad taking his time, rolling into the beams, light the pre-stage. Both drivers pre-stage. Cade's in first. Over the tree, double 04. And that's going to be enough to give him the win. 498 on his 496 dial is going to be Brad's 710 on his 705 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we're going to take you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder will take you to lane 1. Junior Lightning will take you in lane 2. All right, you can cancel the lightning call. Sorry about that. We already ran our final. John Tebeck taking on Scott Robinson. John dialed in with a 662 against Scott's 494. Scott going to have to be patient. Starting line, see if he can hold off. And no, he doesn't. John's going to break out. Scott running a 494 with a 1 on his 494 dial. John running 661 on his 662 dial. That's going to be enough to send Scott through to round 4. Logan Bell out of Courtney in the dragster, taking on Craig Johnson out of Langley. Craig driving his 79 Malibu station wagon. Craig's dialed in with a 657, Logan a 455. Logan gonna have to be patient here. Got 2 seconds to wait. Both drivers in. Two seconds, just a little too long for Logan to hold on. Craig runs a 655 on a 657 dial, but it was all over the starting line. Logan red lighting, handing the win over to Craig. Next pair up, Lorenz Schwartz going to take on Jason Gibson. Lorenz dialed in at a 648. Jason dialed in with a 619. Racers, all racers in competition, we have reached that point of the night where if you've got headlights, can we have you turn them on? Again, all racers that have headlights, can you please turn them on? Gibson, the slight starting line advantage. See if he can hold it on. And he does. Jason running 620 with a 0 on his 619 dial. Lorenz running a 650 on his 648. Jason with about a tenth of a second off the starting line. And that's really all he needed. Well, that's going to set up our semifinals. All right, after that round of Rad Torque Systems Electronics, heading into the semifinals, we're going to have Cade Shirk matching up with Craig Johnson. Jason Gibson taking on Scott Robinson. All right, making a test pass, Colt Warren. Running a new setup, trying to dial it in. Colton, a graduate of our junior racing program here. Running a big dragster. $111.60 foot. 791 with a 3 at 165 miles an hour. 499 with a 5 at the 8th, 136 miles an hour. Junior street racer Jackson Dew making a test pass. Jackson dialed in on a 1099 on the single. He's got himself a bye right into the final. Run it out the back door, see what it's going to do so he can dial in for the final. Red light start, not really mattering. Going through the 8th mile, he's going to run a 1098. 62 miles an hour on his 1099 dial. He was actually only 16 10,000ths off his dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box. National Tire Wholesale Electronics. Non-electronics, sorry. This is your call to the lane. No box, this is your call to the lanes. Tyler Smith taking on his sister Josephine. Tyler's going to get the win. 1091 on his 1086 dial. Josephine running 989 on her 981. Looks like Tyler's going to get to enjoy a week of Josephine doing dishes. After round 4 of Junior Street, that's going to set up our final between Tyler Smith and Jackson Dew. First pair of Junior Thunder semifinals going to see Nate Green taking on Nash Gallant. Nate's dialing in at an 890. Nash running an 1199. Gonna see how patient Nate can be. Gonna have to wait 3 seconds. Which again, 3 seconds doesn't sound like much till you're sitting in the seat of a race car waiting. Both drivers pre-staged, fully staged. Nate with the starting line advantage. I see if Nash can hold him off. And no, Nate coming around for the win. Nate running an 895 on his 890 dial. Nash, well, just a little bit too quick. Runs an 1198 on his 1199 dial. And the buy of this round is going to go to Jack Green. Well, that's going to earn him a trip right into the final round. Jack dialing in at 1190. Jack going to see how close he can run to his 1190. Going through 1199 at 52 miles an hour. And that's going to set up our final in Junior Thunder between Nate Green and Jack Green. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Joel Smith, we need you to the lanes. Joel Smith, we need you down here. We're going to run without you. All right, next pair up, headed into the quarterfinals of the National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics class. First pair out, going to be a pair of, well, you consider them fairly heavy hitters. Craig Johnson dials in at a 656. John Tebeck out of Maple Ridge, he's going to dial his little S10 in at a 661. Both drivers pre-staged. Gonna see you. John looks like he's gonna bump in first. Craig right behind him. Advantage going to John. Let's see if he can hold him off the top end. Not quite. Craig Johnson gonna come around for the win. Craig's running a 659 on a 656 dial. John running a 667 on his 661 dial. That's going to be enough for Craig to move through to the semis. Next pair up, Joel Smith out of Abbotsford, dialed in at a 735, going to take on Loren Schwartz. Loren's got his 83 Monte Carlo dialed in at a 660. With a slight starting line advantage, gonna pedal his way to a win. 667 and 97 miles an hour. Well, that's gonna be good enough to beat a 733 on a 735 dial. Well, Joel running a little too quick breaking out there. And that'll move Lorenz on to the semifinals. Brendan Piskacek up on a single, earning himself the bye through the round. Brendan Piskacek going to run an 831 on his 830 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, this is your call to the lane. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, this is your call to the lanes. After round 4 of National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics, we got Brendan Piskacek going to match up against Craig Johnson And Lorenz Schwartz ran himself a bye through to the final. Semifinal's going to have Brendan Piskacek taking on Craig Johnson. Lorenz Schwartz with a bye through to the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque System Electronics. If you're still in competition, we need you up here. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, if you're still in, we need you up here ASAP, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, if you're still in competition, you are on standby. Junior Street, Junior Thunder, you're on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, if you're still in competition, we'll take you to the lanes now. We'll take Junior Street, lane 5 and 6. And Thunder will take you to lane 1. Again, tension in the pits. Juniors, still in competition. This is your call to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics, you're on standby. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics, you guys are on standby. First pair of our semifinalists in Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Scott Robinson going to take on John Gibson. Scott dialing in with a 493. Jason gonna be a little bit longer, a 619. See if Scott can be patient enough. About a second and a half to wait. Both drivers in. Slight starting line advantage. And Scott's going to get there first. 494 with a 2 on his 493 dial. Jason running a 620 on his 619 dial. That's going to put Scott through to the finals. Next pair of semi-finalists pulling in the box. Gonna have Craig Johnson dials in at a 658. Taking on Cade Shirk, who's dialed in with a 496. Both drivers in. Before it started, Craig going 001 with a 5 red. That's going to hand the win to Cade Shirk. Cade running a 524. Headed into the second final of the night, our Junior Street. Tyler Smith taking on Jackson Dew. Tyler with Zapstrap Racing dialed into a 1089. Jackson Dew dials in with a 1099. Both drivers pre-staged, both drivers fully staged. We're going to give the starting line advantage to Jackson. See if he's got enough to come around for the win. And congratulations, Jackson Dude. Jackson running a 1099 with an 8 on his 1099 dial. Tyler, right there as well, runs a 1096 on his 89 dial, falling off a bit. Congratulations to Jackson Dude, taking home the Just Mechanical Sunset Showdown, race number 4, Junior Street Championship. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale, non-electronics, this is your call to the lanes. If you're still in competition, this is your call to head on down. National Tire Wholesale, non-electronics, your call to the lanes. Headed into the final round of the Stay Tuned Auto Repair Junior Thunder class. Gonna see brothers Nate and Jack Greed battling it out. Nate's dialed in at an 891. Brother Jack dialed in at an 1195. Nate's gonna have to be pretty patient here. Jack in first. Jack's first fully staged. Right away, Jack Green with the win. 3 seconds, just a little too long for Nate to work. Jack runs a 12:03 on his 1195 dial. Brother Nate goes 895 on his 891, but unfortunately goes 004 red, handing the win over to his brother Jack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics finalists will take you to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems Electronics finalists will take you to the lanes. Heading into our National Tire Wholesale non-electronic semifinals, Loren Schwartz earning the bye through to the finals. Loren's going to dial in at a 640. Lorenz with a 51 on the light. He's going to run through at a 645 with a 6 at 106 miles an hour. That's going to move him through to the finals. Now we needs a partner for him. Second half of the National Tire Wholesale non-electronics semifinal. Going to have Brendan Piskacek up against Craig Johnson. Brendan dials in with an 832. Craig dialed in with a 659. Both drivers pre-staged. Brendan gonna bump in first. Starting line advantage. Craig's gonna go through with the win, a 660 on a 659 dial. Brendan falling off a little bit, runs an 835 with a 5 on his 832 dial. That's going to move Craig through to the finals. All right, everybody, we're at that point of the night. We're down to our final two races. Going to finish up in National Tire Wholesale non-electronics and our Rad Torque Systems electronics class. Attention in the pits. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning winners. If you guys are still here, we'll take you down to the winner's circle, get some pictures of you. Again, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, our winners tonight. If you're still here, we'll take you in the winner's circle for pictures. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics finalists. Your time to head on down to the lanes. Come on up and join us. Kate Shirk, Mr. Scott Robinson, you guys can head on down. We'll take you in the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics finalists. This is your call to the lanes. National Tire Wholesale Non-Electronics finalists. Craig Johnson, Lorenz Schwartz. This is your guys' call to the lanes. All right, here we go with the Rad Torque Systems Electronics Finals. Finals are going to have Cade Shirk taking on Scott Robinson. Cade's dialed in at a 496. Scott in the door card dials in at a 493. Classic battle in the finals. Dragster versus door car. Door car in this pair actually dialed in quicker. Scott in first. Cade's going to come in behind him. Both drivers in. Cade with the starting line advantage. Let's see if he can hold off. Not quite. Scott Robinson running a 493 with a 4 on his 493 dial. Cade running a 494 on his 496, breaking out. Hand in the win to Scott. Congratulations, Scott Robinson. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Race number 4 champion. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box. Our 2 box finalists. You're welcome to join us down in the lanes, please. Box finalists. Craig Johnson. Lorenz Schwartz. We'd love to see. Sorry, make that no box that time of the night. Let's see both of you down here. All right, thanks to the couple of hardcore fans still sitting waiting for the finals. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. All right, here we go. Final race of the night in the Just Mechanical Showdown. Sunset Showdown, race number 4. Two of the track's heavy hitters pulling into the box. Craig Johnson's going to take on Lorenz Schwartz. Craig dials in at a 657. Lorenz at a 645. Lorenz in first. Craig taking his time. Both drivers pre-staged. Lorenz going to bump in right away. Schwartz getting it done. 650 on a 645 dial, 100 miles an hour. That's going to be good enough to beat Craig's 666 on a 657 dial. Thank you, everybody that came out tonight for the Just Mechanical Sunset Showdown race number 4. Thanks for spending your night with us. Please drive safely. See you next time.